Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a very anticipated game for me. I was waiting for this game to be fully patched and everything, and the first DLC for it just dropped, so I'm assuming that the base game is fully patched now, because I love playing CRPGs and Outcat games are amazing. The one thing I've learned from playing Kingmaker and whatever the other one was is that you got to give it time. You have to give it time in order to patch out all of the problems, because every time I play an Outcat game, it always runs into bugs, it always breaks quests, and I'm tired of it. So I'm just gonna, I waited, and now here we are a year or so after, and the first DLC just dropped, and we're gonna play the base game of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. I love the Warhammer 40k universe, even though I personally don't like sci-fi as much as fantasy, but 40k is basically an equal measure sci-fi and fantasy, so I don't mind it that much. So without further ado, let's play this CRPG. Main story, continue. We're gonna play unfair because we're cheating. Continue. Custom character. Next. Okay, that one is just really badass, and I kind of want it. Is there a male version of that? Okay, that one is pretty good too. God damn. We're gonna go with this. Well, you all should have relatively. Okay. I mean, that looks pretty skinny, right? You're too muscular. Yeah. Let's go with that. Hair, we won't be able to see it. So I'm going to pick my favorite hairstyle, which is short. And tats. Oh, well, let's get black. Is there a black color? There's not. I mean, that's not really black. That's like grayish, but I guess that's what we're going to have to go with. I forgot there's eyebrows. Ooh, what is this one? Ooh, very angry eyebrows. I like that. Do you seriously not have that one? Oh, maybe it's this one. No. Well, he is scowling, so I guess we'll go with that. Eyebrow color black. You know what? Since I don't like the black color, let's pick something outlandish. Do we have pink? Oh, let's go with platinum. Which one is more platinum? That's gray. That's kind of more platinum, actually. Okay, let's go with that. Beards, I won't be able to see it, and I don't like beards, so nothing. All right, let's go with tats. Do you have any scars? Doesn't look like it. Okay, and I don't think we need tats. Yeah, no tats. What is this one? Augmentations. Huh. I mean, no, he didn't really have that. I don't know. No, we'll go with nothing.
Fire the lance batteries.
You didn't stand a chance. Look upon the Emperor's faithful and tremble.
I don't need luck. I have strategy.
Unleash the storm of macro cannons.
Death's
Through chaos, I stride.
done and done. Now that's interesting. Fire at will!
I like that one. Okay. Worlds. Home worlds. Let's see what we got here. On Death's world, the plants, beasts, and sometimes even the environment itself takes aggressive and destructive form inimical to human life. While it's exceptionally difficult to colonize, many Death World possess valuable resources that require an outpost or human presence upon the planet's surface to harvest. These harsh environments result in some of the hardiest and most resilient population in the galaxy. Those tested and found wanting die young. Survival instincts. Once per combat, when wounds of a Death World character drop below 30%, they gain 20% of their maximum wounds as temporary wounds. Death World character also gain 20% bonus to dodge and armor while they have at least one temporary wound from any source. So I have to be wounded? No. Voidborn character can reroll any fail, attack, dodge, parry characteristic or test with a 20% chance of success rate. This chance cannot be greater than the base success of the roll. Additionally, any enemy dodge or parry against a void character has a 20% chance to fail after a successful. That's insane. So every time I fail something, I reroll and have a 20% chance to succeed. And every time an enemy succeeds on something against me, they have a 20% chance to fail it. That is so crazy. Okay. Voidborn's a human birth in the belly of the void vessel or aboard an ancient orbital satellite. Those who have lived their lives on void ship become injured or inured to some extent due to the reality altering process of warp travel and to living in low or zero gravity environments. In many cases, their features are drawn on their skin pallid. They may even have minor deformities or strangeness to their speech, gait, or general appearance that sets them apart from others. Willpower and intelligence, I like that. I am going to go Psyker, obviously. I want to tap into that void. Okay. Strength in numbers. High world character gain plus 1 plus fell bonus divided by 2 resolve if there are 3 or more creatures, allies, or enemies in 3 cell radius. They suffer -2 penalty to resolve with no creatures around. Oh, okay. So they have more resolve the more creatures are next to them, and they have less resolve if they're not. I don't know about that. Fellowship, agility, I don't care about these. I'm only gonna focus on the feature. High world population is so dense that great swaths of the surface of the world are frequently covered in gargantuan city, bejeweled with towering spires that pierce the atmosphere. High world are vital to the welfare of the Imperium and are beating hearts of the economy and war machine. They produce munitions for the Emperor's armies in vast manufactories, mine valuable minerals, and refine fuel for the Imperial Navy. Innumerable regiments of the Astra Militarum are raised from the massive population as well. Cool. Forged world. Forged for a purpose. Forged world characters choose one augmentation system from the following. Subskin armor grants more % armor, more % dodge, and more % critical chance. Interesting. Okay. Forged world are a domain of Adeptus Mechanicus, entire planet ceded to the demands of vast macro industries. Each is a manufacturing super complex of unimaginable capacity and power. Over the millennia, different forged worlds have become especially renowned for their philosophies or ways of war. These are often colored by the technologies they specialize in manufacturing. The bulk of the forged world population is utilized as a labor force, whilst the fortunate few may be inducted into the ranks of the Adeptus Mechanicus itself. Cool. Okay. Imperial world. Imperial characters can select any characteristics except for weapon skill or ballistic skill and add +10 bonus. Oh, that's pretty cool. Just for plus 10 bonus. Okay. Okay. An imperial world is one of a Millennium planet united in the belief that the immortal God Emperor, hailing from the hyper-technological society to grimy feudal populations, the inhabitants of countless worlds offer fealty and devotion to the master of humanity and the imperial seed espoused by his servants. The destination, Imperial World, encompasses a vast array of wholly dissimilar worlds that are nevertheless part of the Imperium. Fortress Worlds. Never stop shooting. Each time a Fortress World character kills an enemy, they gain plus 10 stack of never stop shooting. At the end of their turn, there is a % chance that the first attack this round will cost no AP and will not count towards the attack limit per turn. If this effect triggers, all the stacks are lost. So, okay, that's pretty cool. So every time I kill something, I get a 10% chance to not consume AP. And it stacks until I don't consume AP. Okay, pretty cool. Fortress Worlds are a planet where the entire populace is immersed in warfare. They constantly train for the day that they will be called upon to defend the Imperium, a change they solemnly uphold. Okay. Fortress Worlds are established as bulwarks against the enemy. Every citizen is a soldier trained to fight from the moment they can handle a weapon. Oh, we're gonna go Voidborn. Origin. Okay. The Astra Militarium Commander. The Astra Militarium, commonly known as the Imperial Guard, as the primary fighting force of the Imperium, and the first line defense from the myriad threats that endangers the existence of humanity in the 41st millennium. You have served as one of the commanders of the Astra Militarium Regiment, commanding thousands and winning battles in the name of the God Emperor. The Astra Militarium Commander and all their allies deal an additional % damage to enemies that are adjacent to the commander or their allies until the end of the commander's next turn. All of the commander's allies also suffer no damage from allies' attack until the end of the commander's next turn. Well, that's pretty cool. Commissars of the official prefectus are ruthless officers charged with maintaining the morale, discipline, and fighting spirit of their Astra Militarium Regiment. You used to be one of these faithful servants of the God Emperor, a living symbol of the Imperium authority, regarded as a mix of fear and awe by their subordinate, at all costs. Personal cooldown once per combat. The Commissar next single shot or single target melee. Okay. Crime Lord. The Imperium survives the prospers in no small parts due to the narrowness of its vision, but a rebellious mind and will such as yours could not be so easily constrained. The dark paths of smugglers and renegades that wind behind the facade of the Imperium society offer a dangerous refuge for those unwilling to bow to the law. You used to be one of these dangerous yet resourceful individual. At the start of combat, the Crime Lord gained plus int bonus stacks of surefire planned effects. Activating this ability consumes 1 stack and makes the next action stronger depending on the type of action. Act, move, use a non-lethal damaging ability. Oh, don't care about that. The Ecclesiarchy? Okay. The Ecclesiarchy, known as the Adeptus Ministorum, is a vast institution that oversee the galaxy-spanning religion of the Imperium. The Ecclesiarchy, complex hierarchies of cardinal missionaries, preachers, and zealous laity, ensures the prescribed prayer and invocations are made, all the while instructing the masses to guard against heresy and deviancy. You used to be one of those fiery and charismatic individuals concerned with keeping a close watch on your congregation. Grants bonus momentum equal to, okay, this ability also grant additional WP bonus momentum for each enemy that is either in a 5-cell radius around the devotee or was hit by the devotee this turn. With momentum, your viewing point can use a unique ability called Heroic Acts. Oh, I have a minus 25% to this. I'm not going to build towards momentum because, yeah, of my difficulty. The Imperial Navy is responsible for the fleet of void ships that asserts dominance of the Imperium amidst the stars and fulfill other duties to the void and warp travel. You used to be a Navy officer and a commander of void ships, hardened in numerous battles and famous for resounding victories. For 1 round, a Navy officer and allies in 3-star radius gain +3 deflection for each archetype taken by the Navy officer. They also cannot be forcibly moved or over penetrated. I have no idea what that means. +2 deflection for each archetype? Is that like... Okay, I can just read it, I suppose. Deflection determines the amount of damage deduced or deducted whenever an enemy hits the character. Oh. Okay. Noble. The high nobility of the Imperium are an enormously privileged, powerful elite, a breed apart from the common masses they rule. You grew into adulthood upon the pedestal of affluence and grandeur that towers high above the common of masses. You expected their obedience and live upon the fruits of their toil, surrendered to your families in solemn fealty. You serve me. The noble assign 1 ally who become their servant until the end of combat. Anytime a noble ability affects the servant gains +5 characteristic until the start. Anytime the servant attacks, okay, I don't care. Sanctioned Psyker. I mean, it's kind of obvious, right? Psykers are feared and distrusted, but are nonetheless valuable asset to the Imperium. The role of Adeptus Astara Telepathica is to recruit, identify, and classify those found possess psychic abilities. The most powerful, who somehow survive the rigorous sanctioning rituals, are selected to serve on the battlefield. The mind of a sanctioned psyker is steeled against the manifold dangers risked by wielders of warp powers. You were one of those found worthy to serve the humanity and have miraculously survived the perils of the warp. Damaging psychic powers counts as weapon attack. Oh, okay. Counting towards normal attacks limit per turn, and gaining all the benefits of abilities and talents, increasing the damage of attacks. For example, soldier using run and gun ability will be able to use damaging psychic power twice per turn, and operative analyze. Okay, cool. Features: Sanctioned Psyker have a reduced chance to trigger psychic phenomena. This character is a psyker, albeit quite a weak one. Okay. I mean, I want to be a sanctioned psyker though. That'll be pretty cool. Okay, what type? Biomancer specializes in manipulating biological energy and processes with power of their mind. They are masters of the flesh, learning to shape and influence their own physical forms according to their will, as well as those of their allies and enemies. Biomancer focusing. Okay. Iron Arm. Target gains strength, toughness until the end of combat. Enfeeble, invigorate, regenerate, metabolistic recharge, warp speed. I don't. This is more of a support healer. I want damage. Diviners seek to discern the hidden paths of galaxy, know the course of events yet to come. These abilities allow diviners to look into the twisting strands of immaterium in search of the answers they seek, and sometimes even influence the outcome of fate itself. Psyker increases target dodge, parry. Okay. Perfect timing, precog, present. I don't like any of those. I'm probably going to go with Pyromancer. I'm going to read that last. Psyker of the Sanctic Discipline masters their connection to the Golden Throne to support their allies with holy might, stave off demonic heretics. Shield of the Emperor, Hammer of the Emperor. Oh, it's all buffing. I don't care about that either. Telepath uses psychic powers to in conjunction with their own minds to delude, control, and destroy the minds of their enemies. Deals damage to target. Oh, well, there you go. Target must pass a willpower penalty on their next turn or spend all of their movement point to move as close as possible to the Psyker. They can act as normal, but all their movement are spent on moving towards the Psyker. At the end of the turn, the target will also willpower resistance test, otherwise they remain under this effect. Damage everyone in summon cell radiation in front of their Psyker and force them to make a willpower resistance test. All target failed tests are stunned. Okay. Okay. So this is all about damage as well. Okay. A pyromancer is a master of flame, a psycho who is able to create a searing inferno out of thin air. Pyromancy is one of the most spectacular and destructive form of psychic abilities, and those faced with face a pyromancer in combat are oft reduced to naught but a pile of charred bones. All right, well, that is what I'm going to go with. Triumph, apex of brilliance. Upon unsolving the mystery of a powerful psychically active Xeno artifact, you manage to destroy the creation of countless enemies of humanity. Lord Xenos, okay. You single-handedly save the pilgrim ship by stopping a warp breach while traveling through the Immaterium. Persuasion up. Ooh. Yeah, let's go with this one. Using threats, I don't want to use persuasion. I feel like I always use persuasion. Let's go coercion. Darkest hour. Okay. You can only choose one of the first tier archetype at this moment. Oh. And this is my training. Okay. Melee prowess, no. Interesting. This is to buff other people. I don't want that. Okay, I like that. I could also be a soldier. This is also melee, which we don't want. Yeah, let's go operative. Okay, willpower up. Fellowship up. Awareness up. Fear of the faithless. I like that. Okay, I like that. This is to basically an attack ship. Ignatius, Voren, Wilbur, Harmon, Seth, Abner, Esteban, Cornelius, Carius, Edmund, Finian. Why does this game like Wilbur so much? Barnabas, Zachary. Can I change this? Oh, edit. Okay, let's go with that. Oh, this looks great.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Choices in dialogue. You are in dialogue. Here you can learn more about current events, influence character who are speaking to, or even alter the course of the game's narrative. Your character's personal story depends on the dialogue choices you make. Got it. Do you have a particular reason for disturbing me?
My apologies. I did not seek you out to pester you with unwanted attention. Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencias. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
You can hover your cursor over highlighted words to learn more about them. Okay. I have no intention of introducing myself to the likes of you.
I am afraid I wouldn't be able to hide my familiarity with who you are and where you come from, no matter how respectful I try to be of you and your wishes. After all, it is my primary duty to be well informed. Moreover, whatever bloodline name you used before, it no longer matters much. I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with Her Ladyship. Bear it with honor.
1 second, I need to go get water. Okay. I realize I cannot be reading all this and not have water next to me. Tell me about the one on whose ship I have found myself.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back. Especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have I been brought here?
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor. Your former position may have been different from conventional service as part of one of the institutions of the Imperium, but from now on, a different fate awaits you. One chosen for you by the Lord Captain. I advise you to come to terms with this reality as quickly as possible.
You say I am one of the rogue trader's heirs. So there's another candidate.
There is. And you will meet him soon enough.
I assume you have some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let's address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Move your character. Okay, yeah.
Marching ahead.
Interactable objects. I'm not gonna read every little thing. That's be insane.
One of the von Valencius trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord
A
Captain.
gleaming rust. A tarantula turret or a laser tarantula turret.
What's happening?
Oh my god. Freaking servitors.
The servitors have gone berserk!
Force it is, then.
To the heretics!
Oh my god. Bro. Turn-based grid. Okay. Movement points. Yes.
I know what to do. As said, so done.
I got one more shot. Does it stack? Okay. I'm assuming yes.
I won't do that.
Okay. This is my inventory. God, you guys are awful. Gain 2 exploits. I kind of don't want to stand over there. Action points.
Let's set this in motion. They won't expect this. Contemplate your weakness.
Done!
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan. I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
Okay. I don't really care about much of these. So we're gonna keep going.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora.
Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad?
Your first impression of Edelthrad, who appears to be about 30 years old, is of parchment-like skin stretched over a tightly bundled mass of sinew, implants, and bone, the nervously twitching fingers, the face twisted by a slight tic, and the jerky movement are all signs of some illness or defects that has taken over his physical form. In stark contrast to Edelthrad, Theodora von Valancius features appear as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible, head raised high, proud posture, hand clasped casually behind her back. Everything seems to emphasize the difference in status between her and Edelthrad. Next to the two of them, you see two more men. One is a gray-haired officer of impeccable bearing who is studying the contents of his data slate. The other is a behemoth bristling with holsters and baldricks containing all manner of weapons.
Our second candidate has joined us. Approach and give me your answer. Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure?
Your character's skill reflect their knowledge and capabilities. Some dialogue automatically initiate passive skill tests. If such skill test succeeds, new information will be revealed or hidden dialogue option will unlocked. Okay. Lord Xenos succeeded. Those spirits could well be natives. Name of dangerous thing. I do not know. What type of character do I want to play? Do I want to play a zealous god emperor worshipping psyker? I don't want to be greedy. This is a very zealous answer. This is a very narcissistic answer. How do I want want to engage with this world. Oh my god. Once I pick how I want to engage with this world, it'll make the rest of the decision very easy. The first one's always the hardest. Let's go with this one. Those spirits could well be the natives' name for dangerous aliens. I will first verify that it is indeed the case, and if the population of Ion 6 engages in Xeno worship.
Reasonable and prudent. However, chasing after ethereal creatures may prove a rather long and fruitless endeavor.
Apart from Xenos, an untrodden planet might be teeming with myriad horrors that are far more dangerous and difficult to eradicate. I suspect that you are simply unaware of their existence.
Let's go with number 3. I find your tone most disagreeable, Edelthrad. You will kindly alter the manner in which you address me, or else you will live to regret the consequences.
Well, I find your company disagreeable, and yet I'm forced to endure such.
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
So, why are you here?
Was it not you who sent for me?
You have seeded the opening that was offered to you in a woeful display of meekness. Admittedly, this tendency is equally strong in all who toil in the Emperor's service. Immutable hierarchy, absolute obedience, lickspittlery, compulsion to please. I value none of these things. From the moment my envoys came for you, the terms of your existence changed. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity, and my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you are one of those with von Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
I am ready to take on this sacred purpose.
Oh yes, you would be, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came aboard hours before the warp jump, and have not yet distinguished yourself in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of rogue trader. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voitvir served me for many years before he made his mistake.
Did I hear you correctly? The Master of Whispers is related to you?
His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voitvir's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least.
Thanks for clarifying. May I ask my question now?
I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
An incident took place on the officer's deck. Some servitors went berserk and attacked the crew.
Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Gellerfield. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all.
Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff.
Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. This ship is thousands of years old. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live.
Gracious Lord Captain, surely there are ways I can prove myself worth. I'm not going to say that. What are my current responsibilities?
Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Ethelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide.
Where's your ship headed?
The Rykad system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers, and rivals. Besides me, 2 other rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I set the course for Rykad on the demand for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time.
I got no more questions.
In that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
God, those guards suck.
Looks like we have a problem on our hands.
All combatant acts in turns and the order is determined by initiative roll. The order is turned this way. Okay, got it.
I can handle this.
My place is at the fore.
Ballistic skill.
My faith strengthens me. Die!
Oh my god. Did you miss and hit your friend? That's hilarious.
My ears are ringing. Guides me.
Ow! Don't shoot me!
I know what to do. I said, so done. A costly mistake. That's how it's done. Done and done.
I serve the ruinous powers.
I'm liking this character already.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Just burn everyone to the ground.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Oh my
Tried and
god.
tested tactics are the best ones.
Why did you switch that? You could have killed them.
At the ready.
Oh, you're setting up for this guy?
For the glory of the Imperium.
Okay, I might have gone...
Death to
I should have picked
non-believers.
ballistics.
Not my area of expertise. Easy. Count me out. Consider that off limits.
Okay, I'm too far.
Look out!
Man, why is your range so high?
One fewer target.
Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel.
What are your orders?
Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
Okay. Camera speed needs to keyboard scrolling. Same. Oh yeah,
Stay
much
sharp.
better. Jesus. I want that melter gun. My god.
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Always on time, eh, Coonrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Mort, pull yourself together.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Voxmaster is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
I have not yet received word from the Engineerium regarding any Gellerfield failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
A mutiny against the Emperor's anointed? Execute the traitors. Every last one of them.
First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure. And I have the means to do both things at once. Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psychic powers.
Then it's settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
I hear and obey, Lord Captain.
Then move out! Mort, come.
Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear.
I have a proposition. Since I am more important person here, you can go in front to shield me from potential threats.
Oh, certainly. Lady Theodora would be devastated if she were to lose one of her precious heirs. But that is no longer relevant.
Did you just stab me? Oh. I wish those little dialogue boxes were also voiced, but it's okay.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warrant Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
What, dear? You two-faced scum. You're the one behind this mayhem.
How perceptive of you. I'll help you with the next insight. I need you here for your blood. You have the option to share it voluntarily, or I will squeeze it out of you myself. We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
What is it, inbred? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
What? Sorry. Pathetic excuse. Okay, sorry. What sorry pathetic excuse do you even have for your apostasy? You sordid, wretched piece of grok shit.
Wretched? What do you know about wretchedness? Theodora's cur. Are you hoping to buy a grain of her indulgence with your blind loyalty? Oh, I know this delusion. But thank the gods it no longer has power over me. Humanity can rot. I no longer serve mortal kind. Once my work is done, I'll make that pompous wench, Fon Valencius, watch as I sacrifice her entire dynasty and commit their fate to the gods. And you will be the instrument by which I will accomplish this righteous act.
The blade flashes in dim light and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment you feel nauseous, your head is spinning, and then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts, replacing them with a singular urge. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Fight the voices? I am a psyker. Okay, I should be able to do this. Get out. I am not your puppet. The voices in your head giggle and mocks your desperate outcry. You feel this intruding influence forcing you to your feet and making you take a step forward towards the gates looming in the center of the chamber. Skill test and dialogue. Okay, got it. In the gateway's arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created with a lobotomized human being. The Sentinel turns his head to you, one of its eye socket lighting up with two ember-like irises. Examine the device. Succeeded, really? Wait, difficulty modifier plus 45. Oh, I'm supposed to succeed this? Well, I only have an 80% chance, but Jesus, okay. You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is a strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components, some of which are familiar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech relic. An incredibly rare and powerful piece of technology from humanity's ancient past. The servitors on the gate begins to move. With the screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward, closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with a sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vivid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on green background. A whispers run through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voices that fills your head after Votkvir wounded you with its blade did not go away. On the contrary, their source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. Examine? The servitor looks noticeably different from the ones you are used to. Its skin covering stitched together. Okay. Look for anything that can be used. Look back.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
Look around. You look around, finding at least something that could use as a weapon. You're searching in vain. You are a weapon. Come on, you're a psyker. Burn them all. Place your hand in the sentinel's maw. The sentinel jaw clamps down your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servitor motor starts up and the pumps stir into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator's flicker. Several long minutes passes. The sentinel's jaw remains closed, and you're beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you're to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath, maybe even close your eyes and pretend this never happened.
High levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
Yes. Yes, I do require assistance. The pain shoots through your head and subsides as quickly. It would seem the entity coiled in your consciousness does not have the ability to do you any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
Oh, tarantula turrets. Oh my god.
Well, there is still another way.
Is it going to be read? Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be the bearer of, to the paragon of humanity, unbroken by adversity, to walk bravely first into darkness, to unite and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold boldly the reins of fate, to walk steadily on the road of thorns through pain and adversity or whatever.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
I need to contact someone, preferably Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Voxmaster, restore communication with the navigator's sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
I need a weapon.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
What is happening? Who are you and who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel standing by.
Are you a Warrant Sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
Lead me away from here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
As the game story unfolds, you will see a notification on the top of the screen indicating the status of your current objective has been updated, that the new information has been added to the journal. You can open the journal by pressing J or clicking on the left. Yes.
Venture forth.
Did you just pull out a shank? Jesus.
Master. Whatever are you doing in the Warren Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me. What is the meaning of this?
Kunrad Votvir is a traitor. When we parted ways on the officer's deck, he stunned me somehow and brought me here.
What?
He intends to take revenge on Theodora for something and is trying to reach the warrant as somehow part of its plan.
Oh, holy God, Emperor. I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. And, Master, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora.
Votvir openly admitted that he is the mastermind behind this mutiny.
Saint's blood! And it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And, for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense.
I have magic.
Here.
Can't be equipped by this character. Oh.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your...
That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the Navigator and the Master Helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the Navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
What exactly has gone wrong with the translation?
I am no helmsman. Oh, God Emperor preserve me, Navigator. However, I have spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Gellerfield has faltered. Perhaps the Navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the warp. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
How do you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think the Warren Sentinel may have sent that message. It appeared when I opened the chamber.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
What can we expect to find in the Navigator's Sanctum?
During warp transit, the Sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Empyrean. And for good reason. For the Navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the Sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the Immaterium. Only a Navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
I'm under no obligation to take such risks.
I concur that under ordinary circumstances, interrupting the Navigator's solitude would be equivalent to suicide. Right now, however, our sacrifice could prevent the demise of a rogue trader, a void ship of the Imperium, and all her crew, armaments, and equipment. The choice is obvious.
I heard one of Theodora's vodcasts.
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
Since I have no other choice, let us depart. You will go first, Seneschal.
Certainly. This way.
To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor! Fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home, and with all your might, destroy those who have dared!
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
You surrender to the dark powers! Hurry!
chaos guides me.
Bro.
I will do my duty. It will be done.
Okay.
Let's see this through.
I hear it. Here, on the threshold of the blinded guide, doom comes from the heavens.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abala, how they sing.
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
The entity in your consciousness shrinks and crawls in deeper, its claws scraping against the walls of your mind as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer standing before you. A diviner, are you?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you, Von Valancius, are a sorcerer too, just like the other one. Lady Theodora must have grown so fond of psychers she wants one to replace her.
Officer's frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Ethelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Ethelthrat's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the engineerium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Enginseer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
We must see if the navigator is well. Oh, not voiced? Oh no, no. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you. The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity.
But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
No further. The Emperor is with us!
Out of my way! Out of my way!
I am your doom.
I've suffered worse.
Chaos guides me!
But of course. On it. No can do. Will do.
I know what to do. do that. They won't expect this. As said, so done.
Hold on! I took care of this one!
The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with his throne. You see pink parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the two dark gill-like slits on his cheek. The creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sits in the center of his forehead.
I believe Master Vespider still lives. Well, the servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive.
What's wrong with him?
Wounded. Exhausted. Fighting back the endless horrors of the warp that are forcing their way into his head. Pick one.
Your time is short.
Our time is short to do what?
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
Ah! It came from beyond! His body is not his!
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me.
Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
The navigator's still alive, but barely so. What are we gonna do now?
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier.
Vespidas, good luck. And thank you.
Okay.
Your seneschal is always there for you. Let me help.
Outstanding. Now back to the front line. Forge ahead. Never linger.
Oh. Cool, you can collect everything when you leave. That's nice. Very good, QOL.
Your ship's as good as ours! It's all over for you!
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot this man!
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
A sister of battle. Okay. The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hand for a brief moment. It seems she's not going to stop and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
And just who are you to be so brazen without your about your inquiries?
First time I've seen anybody on this ship talk to the little sister like that.
Allow me, Master. Sister Argenta, sacred warrior of the Adepta Sororitas. Sister, this is Master von Valancius, a member of the Rogue Traders House.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the dark forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelstrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
Do not even think to insinuate that I am one of these traitors. I will not let such an affront slide.
That answer does you credit. Only the truly righteous would be so provoked by the accusation of heresy. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What is a warrior of the Adepta Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader ship? Your orders serve the ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Who are these people?
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lord. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors.
What happened in the officer's deck?
Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about seeing their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
We must get to the main hall of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Onward to victory! Marching ahead.
What? There we go. Okay.
You'll regret standing against me.
Bro, you're supposed to be the tank. Okay, can you not just target only me? Please? Bro!
I'll do it.
I'm not the enemy.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
Okay, not great. Oh, I can just keep doing this? Oh, that's insane. Okay, I'm not gonna abuse that though.
Such is the will of chaos! I serve the ruinous powers! Ah!
Okay. Let's burn a few heretics, huh? Too far.
At your beck and call.
A costly mistake.
Oh, you bastard.
is a prayer. That is not the Emperor's will.
Huh? Pathetic.
Let's set this in motion.
Target is under the effect. I don't know what this does. Oh, okay. So I need to analyze and then expose. You parried it, you bastard.
One fewer target.
Cover me! Stop mocking me!
Oh god. You failed the perils of the warp.
That is how it's done. Venture forth.
Did I mention that my
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby. A child was saved from death. 1,000 heretics were burning alive, begging and sobbing and howling.
The premonition runs true.
Let's see this through. My actions speak louder than words.
Over.
Shotgun. Hmm.
Stay sharp.
Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior's melee attack against that enemy deals more damage. Warrior melee attack deals additional to all enemies that have no allies and adjacent. Easy target. Warrior critical damage is increased. If the warrior has less than 50% wound, they gain 30 then 50% wounds. That's pretty good. Whenever the warrior is attacked, they gain +1 stack of epicenter to slaughter the end of combat. At the start of the turn, warrior gains temporary wound for each stack. Damage reflection, their parry chance increase. Oh, let's go defensive. God, there's so many to pick from. Bro, it's too much. Okay. I don't want to really gather though. More cover. Let's just get defense. It's always good. Sure. Oh, that's pretty cool. Resistance test minus, huh? That's also pretty good too. Each level of psi rating provides the psyker access to new psychic power. It also strengthens the damage with psychic powers. That's pretty good too. Well, let's get Psyker Minoris, and then we'll just keep getting it until we get all the way up here. Character level required 39. Wow, we're gonna level up a lot, huh? The roar flame rings in your ear, and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the coursing heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in a raging ball of fire. You are surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps, and then you see a figure walk out the fire towards you. It is Theodora von Valencius.
Are you lost, my heir?
An apparition. A sorceress apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
This is impossible.
I doubt you are aware of the limits of what is possible. For your worldview is but an iota of what a rogue trader knows and sees. But I can tell that you would like me to share that knowledge with you. That power over reality. I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide.
Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer. And that answer can be nothing other than be acceptance.
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with What are we waiting for?
Sometimes your character will have to make a choice. Tough decision based on the values, interests, and goals. The decision affect a conviction. The 3 directions: dogmatic, iconoclast, and heretical. Each includes 5 ranks. The higher ranks, the more zealot the character follows a conviction, and the more noticeably the world around them reacts to the action and decisions. Promotion through the ranks of each of the 3 directions opens up access to new dialogue, events, and unique abilities, and also change the attitude of others towards your character. You also have some item can only be equipped by a character with certain convictions. When one of the conviction branches reaches rank 3, votary, it becomes the character's main focus. When that happens, the other 2 convictions cannot be raised above rank 2, adherent. Your character allies have conviction of their own as well. I don't want power to be handed to me. Well, you know. I don't care about the people. The Emperor will guide the righteous to their path. You take steps forward, and the illusion breaks. A wave of excruciating pain crashes over you, and Theodora's voice fades into the firestorm. You hear the voices of your companion calling you from behind, and the screams of the weak dying in the inescapable blaze. The blinding inferno, the harrowing pyre, the all-consuming storm releases you as you step out, barely able to stay on your feet. The blood is pounding on your ears, drowning out the world around you. Your eyes, caked in soot and burnt eyelashes, refuse to open. Free from the flames, you take 2 more steps before collapsing onto your knees. The rush of blood in your temples and the horrible pain all over your scorched body clouds your mind, before suddenly retreating as if driven away by some mighty will. A new strength spreads through your veins, and despite the wounds, your body is once more ready for trials and struggle. You open your eyes and see a glow with the worm light before you, the Aquila, the sacred symbol of the Imperium. In the next moment, you are struck with another realization. The repulsive presence, the one that has plagued your mind since Votvir wounded you, it's gone. The fire seems to have burned the entity away without a trace. Nice.
Master, can you hear me? Oh, you're alive. Which is more than I was expecting after what you just did.
Praise the Emperor. We passed through the flames. How can this be anything but a portent? For so it is said that the Emperor will bless the worthiest and most steadfast in their faith.
Behind Argenta, you see Adira Glass double over in a fit of nausea. The rest of the people who are following you have withered away in the fire that continue to rage mere 2 steps away from you. The Emperor protects Seneschal.
Indeed he does. Oh, if I hadn't seen it myself, I never would have believed.
What happened to Lady Theodora? Did she follow us?
There was no Theodora, witch. There was an illusion, a temptation, a foul taint that tried to lead us astray. But he perceived its true nature.
Is that right, Adepta Sanctimonious? What? We'll just pretend like we didn't see the Lord's Captain standing there in the fire? Abala, you tell her.
Whatever it was, it matters no longer. Your conduct is bordering on madness, or holiness. A path opened behind you, where one moment there was fire, the next only smoldering embers remain. But what am I saying? My eyes must have deceived me. Too much smoke for my lungs. Truly, would you have received wounds like these if there had been no fire?
The wounds are merely a sign of a trial laudably passed. It is something to be proud of, the same as decorations or badges of honor.
No elements holds power over the righteous. Even if you are anticipating another wave of pain, it does not come. Your muscle feels strong and your limbs obey you without fail. And yet deep inside, somewhere next to your heart and stomach, you feel a certain tension as akin to that of a taut string. You are at your limit. Be it adrenaline or the strength of your faith, it will not carry you much further.
Did my eyes deceive me? I could swear that I just witnessed you step out of a pillar of fire with the rest following in your wake.
I loathe being late for an engagement.
Nothing good ever comes of such rashness. Yet it appears that the Emperor favors you. Be that as it may, your wounds are highly worrying.
Oh, succeeded. Ethelthrad does not seem to have changed since you first met, but only at first glance. His face has taken a strange hue. The skin at his temple appears scald, and his voice now has uncanny screeching quality. These are not traces of fatigue and stress. The Psyker's body has been mutated, a consequence of contact with a warp. You are not in the best shape yourself, Ethelthrad.
Notice the signs of my blessing, have you? Yes, the warp is taking its toll. But I'm still sane and able to hold my weapon. I'll fight for the Von Phalanxius bloodline to the end. And if the price is the eternal curse of mutation, so be it.
My faith will keep me upright with a weapon in my hand. That's all that matters.
Pray, forgive my insistence. I shall not be the one to doubt the faith of he who has passed the trial by fire. I have gathered everyone who answered the Vox call and was able to hold a weapon. Yet I do not see the Lord Captain or her arch-militant in our midst. We are still receiving messages in her voice, but she is not responding to direct requests. I last saw Lady Theodora on the observation platform. When did you and she part ways?
It was at this very elevator, Master Ethelthrad. The Lord Captain, accompanied by the Arch-Militant, headed to her chambers to retrieve an item of particular import. After that, all we heard from her were Vox broadcasts.
This is troubling, and the timing is inopportune. I am still receiving fragmentary reports from the bridge. Kunrad Voigtveer was spotted there, and even what scant intelligence on his activities I have reminds me of descriptions of sorcerous rituals. If that traitor has resorted to witchcraft, we must stop him at once.
Let's assault the bridge.
No, you most certainly are not. You can barely stand upright after what happened. It is best that we go to retrieve Lady Theodora and let Edelthrat commence the attack on Voigtveer.
A reasonable approach. Take your escort with you. You may be waylaid. Once you have found the Lord Captain, you must beg her to go to the bridge and lead the counterattack. The rogue trader's appearance is sure to fill the defenders' hearts with hope, however frightened or exhausted they may be. Until next we meet, may the Emperor bless your deeds. I shall see you on the field of battle.
Sure, we'll take that. We'll take weapon skill. More chance to hit is always great. Ballistic skills for sure. Rapid reload is pretty good. Let's get that. Perception or intelligence? Let's get perception. Wait, you're not going to recommend anything? Okay. Oh. So I can use psychic powers in melee. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Well, the allies under the effect of at least one psychic power gains an additional 7 armor penetration. Fine, we'll take Fatebringer. I have to buff though. I'd rather not do that actually. She has mental damage, right? Movement, action, veil. Oh, wait, this psychic shriek is not mental damage? It's just damage? Actually, let's get willpower. It's fine. Okay, let's get Fatebringer. I don't really care. Okay. Perception and intelligence. I don't really want this. Let's get willpower. Withstand the horror of the warp, yes. I need level 19 to get this. Okay. Oh my god. Second sight is insane. Yeah, I'll get second sight and then psychic barrage. The first psychic power use each turn increase. Okay. Subtle manipulation. Yeah. So psychic powers have more than 2 range, have 4+4. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Let me tend to your wounds.
I am beholden to you.
Oh. That's really unfortunate. Okay, I hear stuff down there. I probably missed a few things then. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Okay.
Let's seize the moment.
Would you look at that?
Well, I kind of want you to go down on the bridge anyways. Oh, they won't let me. Well, that's sad. I keep forgetting I need to actually click my next destination. She's dead. Okay. Theodore von Valancius's body is sprawled on a large, blood-drenched desk. The arch-militant corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voigtveer.
I doubt it. Voigtveer wishes humiliation and suffering upon Theodora, not a swift death.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the arch-militant weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he. You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot, an extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bare an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye, a heap of blood splatter parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else, a small shard of glass scattered on the floor. Inspect the shards. It's difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shard appears iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium. Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is handwritten letter signed with the initial XC and a sealed with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. Oh, I failed it. Okay, but try as you might, you cannot recall his meaning. Okay, Idra, would you try touching Theodora? You might be able to see the killer through her eyes.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in the warp.
Idra, what do these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces, drawing closer. Lady Theodora, and Conrad, and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous, Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure. Tainted witchcraft.
We had best be on our way.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
Brute force it is, then.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice!
Okay. Can I, oh, I can equip stuff before the battle starts. Oh. Well, that sucks. Okay, well, they really should let this chance for you to do that, but apparently not. Light armor and medium armor. I don't care. I'll figure it out.
Victory is imminent. Indeed.
Did I click this? I did. Okay. Okay, I'll expose his weakness on the other girl. Okay, I gotta get rid of the small fries first.
Done and done. Easy. That is how it's done. I said, so done.
Oh, nice. Okay, I don't care.
Doubt is for the weak.
Anything is?
Oh. Oh, that's right. Exposed weakness for you doesn't actually do anything. Can I do it again? Does that do anything? It does not look like it. Okay. Oh god. What are you doing? Oh. Did you just block that attack? You beast of a man. Okay.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. It will be done.
Gotta endure. Gotta brace for impact.
I will do my duty.
I'm gonna do this. I mean,
I know what to do.
As the Emperor commands, eradicated.
Nice shot.
Marching ahead.
Grants fellowship for each enemy in 2 cell radius. That's for you. Wearer of this amulet gain plus 10 bonus to commerce and lore. Okay. Wearer obtaining toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. Okay. Ours is not. And that's for you. Requires dogmatic follower. This helmet grants his wearer immunity to enemy critical hit for the first 3 rounds. Okay. Grants 5% armor. Well, we're not wearing... Jesus. Okay. Grants plus 3 logic. The hell does logic do? Okay, that's for you. Okay. Is everybody just terrible at logic? Yeah. Well. You can have that, I suppose. I don't think we have anything else. Okay. Anything recommend? Reckless Strike. The warrior neck melee attack gains armor penetration. Every enemy who survives an attack enhanced by this ability will attack the warrior in return, including creatures with ranged weapons. Warrior marks enemy, gaining 20% armor and damage on melee attack against that target. If the target attacks the warrior during this round, the warrior gains. That's pretty good. I'll take it. We get more athletics, I suppose. Yeah, that's pretty good. Ballistic skills for sure. Eh. That's also eh. That's insane. What? 100% extra damage? Oh, the next range area attack. Okay. Oh, I see. I guess we get this. So we can do the spray attack and not hit ourselves. And then we can get second barrage for things that are really far away to get hit super hard. Yep, let's take that. I'm pretty sure 60 base value for this is pretty good already. I guess I can start getting more perception. You know what? Screw it. Let's get more willpower. Let's never have a warp event happen, whatever it's called.
Forge ahead, never linger.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
You failed.
You are here. But where is the Lord Captain?
Theodora von Valetius is dead. I found her and the Archmilitant in her study.
God Emperor preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead. The ship has lost her Lord Captain, and the house its head. No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
I forbid you. The very thought of yielding. Only by resigning to your fate will you truly suffer defeat.
Words worthy of a righteous soul.
Save the lofty words for later, will you? The navigator's ready to take the ship out of the warp if he gets some help from the bridge.
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
Can someone stop this man from finishing the ritual?
We are out of time.
Ready your weapons. If we are to die this day, let us die with honor.
No. To die altogether is to allow the flame of the dynasty to perish in the dark.
Who cares? I don't.
Not be like this. Not today. The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell.
Accursed traitor! A time will come when you will bleed for her ladyship Theodora's murder. Remember my words, for they are the vow of he who marches toward his death.
What? Theodora is dead? No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
What kind of demon is that? I already know that. Thank you. What the hell? Yeah, I gotta kill. Well, can I not reach? Oh my god, I can't reach him from here. Wow.
As said, so done. They won't expect this.
I deal a surprising amount of damage. Okay.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Okay, it goes up by 5% chance. Oh, that's so bad. Is there like a gimmick to this? There's no way we're supposed to hit that until it dies, right? That's insane.
I'll do it.
You dodged? Oh, you bastard. Okay. Oh, God. This is gonna hurt. I hope you survive. Oh my God, what the hell is that?
Just a minor.
8 damage? The fuck? Oh, are you attacking this thing too? No. Okay, good.
Will do. Anything else?
Oh my God, what the hell am I gonna do?
I said so done.
Can I hit you from here? No. Oh, that is so annoying. And yet you can hit him? That's bullshit. So bullshit.
I know what to do. We will carry the spirit of the fallen.
Wow. Unconscious. Bleeding?
It's why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Okay, miss.
Doubt is for the weak.
Oh my God, that's 3 crits in a row. Can you do another one?
Martyrdom.
Oh my Jesus God. Okay then. I am gonna assume that we're not supposed to fight this thing. So reestablish the connection, I suppose, is the best thing we can do now. Is it really? Defeat the warp creature? Are you fucking retarded, game? How are we gonna defeat the warp creature? What in the actual fuck?
Let's set this in motion. Easy.
I don't even know what they want me to do.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh, you parried it. Oh, you parried again. We might survive this after all.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Okay, sworn enemy.
At your beck and call.
Endure.
Victory is imminent. Indeed.
Chaos guides me. Out of my way.
So we are supposed to kill the fathers.
Go hand in hand.
On it.
Not the Scryer's job.
Oh, right. I can use it on you.
Chaos guides me.
That is so crazy.
I know what to do.
How are you bleeding?
I'll do it.
High momentum.
Power resides in the will of the righteous.
Firearm mastering, okay.
As the Emperor commands you, my Emperor.
Okay, yeah. You are supposed to kill all of these guys, so he stopped sacrificing them. So this fight is already fucked. Let's just load the game again. So kill off all the ads. and hope to God that our melee guy parries his attack twice so he doesn't die on the first turn. So this fight is pure luck. I love pure luck fights.
As said, so done. A costly mistake.
Okay, just move here. Because we're gonna need to run down here and kill this guy. Turn after. Oh, if I move here, he's gonna attack her and she's gonna die. Oh wait, we can do run and gun. Okay. Move there. I'm gonna shoot this man in the face. How? 93% chance to hit, boys.
Doubt is for the weak.
Yes. Okay. Soldier gained the ability to make a number of extra attack equal to the weapon rate. Oh my god.
Faith without deed.
That's it? Okay. I mean, that's a lot in one turn. Please survive. Please, for the love of God, survive. No! Harry! Yes!
I will do my duty.
Sworn enemy. Endure. Can we move like that and don't provoke attack of opportunity? I hope so.
My place is at the fore.
Yes. Okay. And then endure. Okay. So what we can do here is, first of all, buff him up so he doesn't die. Then we can use this eye. And then exploit vulnerability. There we go. Oh. And then reapply this.
Anything else?
Perfect. You're good. So just go back and cover. No. If I move actually back here, still only 10 to 18? Shouldn't I have the thing that, you know what? Just move back there. It's fine.
They won't expect this. I said, so done. Let's set this in motion.
I will endure.
Reload. Nice.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh, we still got 2 left though. Wait. The soldier gained the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to the weapon rate of fire, minimum 2. Using the weapon attack that normally costs the least AP, these attacks do not spend AP. It definitely did spend AP to me. Am I just reading that wrong? At the end of the soldier's turn, their first attack against each new enemy automatically scores a critical hit. The soldier immediately reloads the current weapon. Huh. Attack him. What the fuck? You can do range attacks?
I've suffered worse.
Okay, you need to go over here. And then once again, challenge him. Endure.
It will be done.
Brace for impact. And then attack.
Indeed. Reduce the dust.
Yeah, good job. Okay. That was a lot less problematic than I expected.
What advice do you seek?
Heal yourself.
Venture forth.
Okay. What the hell? Controls. Highlight object. Tab. Unbind. Bind. It won't let me highlight objects anymore, and I don't know why. That's so annoying. Whatever.
The heir is dead. He sacrificed himself to save the entire dynasty.
A noble deed. Let the crew offer prayers for the hero who renounced his impure life in the name of humanity.
Rivor, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. Oh, well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's sanctum. It is our only chance of escaping from the warp.
Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
What must I do?
Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report. Oh, blast it all to the void! Translation is a craft, not something that can be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve.
Apparently, you click out of it, it stops playing audio.
In the usual spot. Oh, please, hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk.
Okay, let's go. Okay, that fight was kind of insane. For our first boss fight, my god. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents, invisible to the mortal eye, as if whatever is beneath the thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader eyes revealed the entity's true, surreal nature. One of Theodora's eye is engulfed in the otherworldly fire. The other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the warp.
Mortal, who are you to oppose the very flows of fate? It matters not. Your footfalls are an echo of the sand pouring between the scales. Your hopes and faith are my mockery.
I have already resisted the temptation of the warp once. Whatever you are, you will not cloud my mind with new illusions.
Resisting the inevitable means only that realization and submission will bring greater torment. There is no power that can hinder the flows of fate.
The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
Seneschal, the Navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
The Navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you, with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow, that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision, it is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. To hang the ancestral banners once again, and exact vengeance on the enemies of House von Valancius and humanity.
All right, that was a pretty good intro. Cargo management. Open the cargo management screen to learn more about your cargo and the flagship, the amount of type. Okay, yeah, okay. Well done, your lordship. You had us worried for a few hours there, but after witnessing your fearless rush into the fray on deck, the only thing that surprised me is how long you stayed on your feet. Your strength only left you once the fighting was all over. Such fortitude is most admirable in a lord captain. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle rank officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy's deputy, while others go unfulfilled entirely. And now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crew. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising given that their informant on board was our own Master of Whispers. What is on the agenda for this meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepared to hear a heavy or a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of their Lord Captain. Have you succeeded in tracking down Votvir? No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him, and many mutineers who may still be lurking in the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now 1 shuttle short. I am afraid that it will be some time before he answer for all that he has wrought. Wait, Aelgard, there is an altogether more pressing problem. I do not wish to be the rogue traitor. No. I'm ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. Attention officers, you have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Ignatius von Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your report. Yawn. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelgard. As you wish, your lordship. Edelgard points towards a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Victus Suri Ada of the Ptoleman line, our new Voxmaster. It's an honor to serve your lordship. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communication between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Besides her is Ravor, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. The The bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face, giving a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our High Factorum Jandris Danrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all the matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for artillery aboard, the Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and then extinguish fires on the ship, and lastly, the Dive Master, servant of the Omnissiah. 3 officer salutes you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drive Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving a complicated manipulation of all the text priest's mechadendrites. Mechadendrites? Yes. Thank you, Abelgard. Greetings to you all. I serve at your pleasure, Lord Captain. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. I can report that all fires across the deck have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material loss and crew casualties has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factorum. Or Factotum? Whatever. The post passed to him in the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expire in the line of duty. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. Okay, High Factotum, what do you have to report? We are toiling day and night to file or compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given to the tech priest's hands for attention and all lost supplies are replaced. There's only one resource I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately, this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rycat Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system, in fact, belongs to the Winter Scale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiation at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Especially true given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planet. Dive Master, I will hear from you. A voice distorted by Vox retranslator emerged from under the text priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted to my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified the prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Enginseer Prime, Overseer, and spiritual authority of all text priests on board fell in battle. The Magos has betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement, and as soon as possible. Would someone care to translate? Okay, I see, thank you. New Enginseer, okay. Okay, cool. Master Helmsman, deliver your status. Right you are, Captain. I cut a long story short. The outlook is bleak. The ships sound more or less, but without our Engine Seer Prime and Navigator, who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into a bulkhead. Your Lordship, if you will allow me to interject, when we arrive in the system, my crew followed standard protocol and conducted a count of all available communication channels in the region. One of them was Navi's Nobilite station. The station maintains a complete vox silent, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go round and round this system till our heads are swimming, as long as the Promethium and supplies last. And if any thick-ass rock shit lowlives come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't you worry on that score. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? The Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No, my job is simple. Maintain arsenal and fire when I'm told. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew, Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? Comes the officer hostile and bitter reply. It is as if a dam was burst inside and all pent-up emotion are rushing out of him. The ship's in ruins. Every second officer is dead, and now we've got a green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to void knows where. Silence! Enforcer, seize this mutineer. If only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, then that's not all that's bad. Your Lordship, I do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance, the former Master of Ordnance, I should say, besides find him a replacement, that is, or we already have one lined up? Iconoclast or dogmatic? Okay. I don't want to do either one of those. Experienced Master Ordnance are few and far in between, so for that reason, he may remain in his post. I leave his punishment at your discretion, Abelgard. 20 lashes a month for the next half cycle. A deprivation of officer's ration and privileged for the same period, with the options to extend it. Record that in his file. Abelgard stares unblinkingly at the Master of Ordnance. Cease your sniveling. You disgrace yourself and your entire clan. Enough. The hysterics are over. Let us resume. The Master of Ordnance stands up, wiping the blood from his broken nose. His face is a picture of shock. What just happened seems to be dawning on him only now, and the knowledge of the fate he so narrowly escaped. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require new Engine Seer Prime and Navigator. This is what is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain, but bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's system must be properly inspected by 4 major damages, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these 3 immediate problems. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I see the Vox Master on this point, Mistress Tollerman. We are in the Rekia star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the order of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silent. Ooh. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and Rekia Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seems to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator and tech priest, the crew members and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Snowlight station and find what in the void is going on. Thank you for all your report. Dismissed. Oh my god, there's more. Of course there's more. This is like reading a book. Your lordship, there is one other thing. A confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora. Your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She was given a secret mission. You perhaps are wondering who was the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything. And I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Corona's expanse. Oh. I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. It was signed XC. Are you referring to the content of that note, I presume? Yes, quite right. XC, Xavier Calcazar. Okay. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man on Heinrich von Kolox. An interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in the system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibunus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed. But an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the governor of Rycat Manoris, may know something. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it's a mere taste of the daily burden of the rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the von Valencia's protectorate. Idira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. The sister battle grimly nods towards Idira. The Psyker is suffering some ailments or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Idira glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word burst from her lips. Daybreak. Idira, come to your senses. Damn it. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn? And it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Talas? No, not yet anyways. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make any sense of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, alright? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look in your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora, as well, served by my whispers on many occasions, and I am sure you'll benefit from them as well. Alright, if there's nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It is time to get to work. The high factotum breaks away from the rest and approaches you, bowing repeatedly. Lord Captain, if I may steal just one more moment of your time, the matter is rather delicate, as it concerns trophies that were left in the battles on the ship. One trophy in particular, I should say. I retrieved a blade fragment from one of the bodies on the bridge, a curious article. I saw the need to keep it safe in case you should be interested to you. Huh. Interesting. Get rid of it immediately. Of course, your lordship. I will see to it immediately. Okay, so what am I supposed to look for here? Ah, okay. This is where we look at it. Dogmatic. Wait, she's heretical? Oh my goodness. Okay, so what do I get? Rank 1 follower. Grim determination. Rogue trader and their allies gain potential to survive with 1 wound instead of falling unconscious. Oh, that's pretty cool. Until the start of your next turn, the rogue trader becomes immune to any attack from demons and xenos. All demons and xenos in 5-cell radius, consider them a priority target. That's terrible. That's really bad for me. I don't want them to taunt. What the heck? Okay, what is this? Any attacks from allies that may hit other allies will be dodged if possible. Any ally ability that may target an ally and has resistance tests will be resisted by the allies. Oh, that's pretty cool. So if I get this, I literally cannot hurt my own allies. Or my party cannot hurt each other. Okay, that's pretty cool. Oh wow. Once per battle, the rogue trader may choose an ally. The target may immediately use the heroic X without spending momentum. That's insane as well. I already like Iconoclast more than Dogmatic. Okay, let's see what we got for Heretical. All weapons on the battlefield become warp imbued for 1 round, gaining bonus damage. In addition, okay, that sucks. All weapons? When one of the conviction branches reaches, okay, what? Oh, sorry, that's not. Once per battle, the rogue trader may choose an ally, grant them 20% bonus or 20 bonus to the characteristic for 2 rounds. Psychic phenomena increases the momentum of the rogue party. Okay, I don't like Heretical either. I might have to actually go for Iconoclast. The rogue trader and 2 random allies starts combat with temporary wounds equal to their own resolve. Okay. In the first round of every combat, the rogue trader and their allies gain additional MP movement. That's insane as well, bro. Okay, I am gonna focus on Iconoclast. Yeah, even though I don't like it, but the abilities that it gives you is just way better for what I want to do. How may I serve you? Sure. The Lockmaster, it is done, Lord. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet. Okay, cool. That's pretty cool. Remind me. Okay. What are the Voxmaster's duties? I already know this. I'm not going to read it again. Have the Voxmaster's spirit brought you anything interesting lately? Vox spirit brought you anything? Forgive me, Lord, I have no information. Your appearance is unique. You are a Voidborn, are you not? Don't you know, Lord Captain, both of us were born in the cold vast of space, but there are no two identical tales. Okay, yeah. Tell me about the lives of the Voidborns in my crew. To us, the groan, creaks, and murmur. I'm not reading that. Okay. How you find his ship? Okay. Life has been generous. Admiring his stars. Okay. How do the others on the ship treat you? We look, speak, and move differently in the inhabitants of the other planets. Okay. Several years ago, an unfortunate warp jump caused all the food aboard to spoil. 15 days later, a hungry and furious crew nearly massacred everyone on the lower decks, blaming us for the misfortune. Oh. Looks like you're a close friend with Adira. The Voidborn seldom make friends. Okay. Have you ever left the ship? Once I did. And it was dreadful. It felt like a massive blue dome overhead could shatter at any moment and fall. I see. That's it. Alright, cool. What about Bringer of Woes? What if I were to put a curse on you? That's right. Instance. It seems that several of the ship bays are due to depressurization as a disciplinary measure. Ludicrous nonsense. Remind me. Okay, what kind of emergency does the Infernus Guild deal with? Just literally everything that's an emergency, apparently. That's like, you know, physical. A laborer? Then why are you lounging on the bridge? Okay. Aren't you being a little too relaxed? It's fine. I enjoy having informal conversations. Tell me about the Infernus Guild. Guild organized. State-of-the-art equipment. Traditions. Okay, that's way too much to read. Okay.
Rogue trader.
You said you have a personal request?
I indeed have a request, Rogue trader. The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valancia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans?
Okay. Make arrangement for a meeting worthy of a rogue trader. I will address the orphans with a speech.
As you wish, Rogue Trader. Thank you for granting my request.
Oh, we're doing it right now. Okay. These are the so-called orphans. Are indefatigable. What the heck is that word? Indefatigable sister. What? I am going to Google that because holy crap. What is that word? Oh, okay. It's persisting tirelessly. Okay, so someone who just, yeah. Okay, I got it. Thanks. Has been keeping an eye on these pups. So basically zealous. Indefatigable is like a nicer way to just call a person zealot. Okay. It is hardly the Scala Progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instructions. Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House von Valancius. Okay. I, the rogue trader and Lord Captain of the ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave their life for such a cause and brought honor to the von Valancius banner and those of the Imperium. I am proud of them, and I believe that you will become their worthy heirs. That is a bit much. That is a bit much. Fine, we'll go with it. I don't feel the other two though. This is like the best one in the group. If you have things to say them without fear. I will listen. It doesn't matter what we say. It won't bring our parents back, and it won't change our fate either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks, or worse. I understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through, but they gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. You heard the rogue trader. His word carried the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your word have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly, then catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelgard gives a sign, and servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with von Valancius emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the seneschal came prepared for any contingency. Are you spreading them out like freaking grains to chickens? Like what? Just grabbing it out of the bag and just throwing it in the crowd. It's like, here you go, peasants. take it. Okay, we're good. Oh, I leveled up. Thanks. Wait, I can get a new ability? Psychic power that can only target creatures suffering from warp, burn, or burning. If the target is an ally, the psychic powers deal no damage to it. Everyone adjacent to the target, both allies and enemies, suffer the effects of the ignite psychic power. All creatures within total area. Oh my god. Okay, so let's see. From what I'm reading here is that if I use ignite and then firestorm, I will light everyone within a 12 cell radius on fire. Right? If the target is an ally, second, everyone adjacent to the target, both allies and enemies, suffers the effect of the ignite psychic power. Huh. Or orchestrate flames. The target does not stop burning and no longer make tests to stop burning. Additionally, if the target is an ally, every melee attack that ally makes inflicts full burning damage on targets of their attack, while they themselves now only suffer half the burning damage from now on. So if I do this one, then the enemies just burn forever. But that is unnecessary because I can just light them on fire again. So Firestorm seems better. Okay, let's get Firestorm. And then we're going to use Tech Use again, probably. Because we're the only one that can actually do that. We're taking ballistic skills again. Oh, we can't. I guess we're taking agility. I don't really want to focus on a specialty yet because I don't know what weapons are good. I kind of want her not use ballistics though. Like bolt weapons. I mean, they might be strong, but I mean, come on. I want to shoot freaking laser blasts and fire beams and etc. Character gain plus 5 ballistic skill. The character may improve any trained archetype. So, oh, more ballistic skills. That's pretty good. Wait, melee, flame, and melta attacks. I can, oh, if I take this, I can focus her on melta weapons. I can't take melta weapon proficiency? Common talent. Okay, so I need available talents here and then I can take melta weapons. Okay, so if I take this, all my melta damage against demons will be higher. Interesting. Okay, she's just better at fighting Xenos. Yeah, let's go with that. Creates an area that lasts until the start of your second next turn. All allies in that area gains dodge. The target gains intelligence, perception, fellowship, and willpower at the end of the combat. I already have prescience. The target must pass a willpower test. On the next turn, they will spend all their movement moving towards the psyker. See, its target is merely blinded until the next turn. Targets become blinded and suffer additional 5 penalties to all characters. That's pretty good too. Oh, she is a telepath and a divination. Okay, perfect shot is good for the other guy. I think we're going to take sensory deprivation. Let's grab logic. Weapon skill for sure. Not recommending anything, huh? More heresy stuff? Okay, brace for impact. Gains cover penetration. But he's melee. We shouldn't really need that. Okay, dual weapon is pretty good. Melee weapon specialist. Melee weapon specialist. All right, we'll take no heresy as well. Okay. Lord Captain, Master Hellman's Ravor at your service. Remind me, do you control the ship? Yeah. Who are these idiots you're in charge of? There are too many to list them all. Okay, that's enough for now. You're Voidborn? That I am. Finish your story. I can see you're not a rigorous sort. On the contrary, you're the first person on the bridge who's not tripping over themselves to lick my boot. Tell me about Voidborns. What can you tell me about the officers? Okay, that's too much to read. Tell me, do you like anyone at all? Okay, oops.
Lord Captain?
Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as a rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation in the Corona's expanse for me.
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words, the Corona's expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels. Until recently, the Corona's expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Corona's expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Who are the main players I need to be aware of?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Corona's expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the expanse. The most powerful of them are Caligos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them. If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Corona's expanse.
Okay. Quinred, our previous Master of Whispers. What can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the von Valancius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
That is all.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
I'd like to know more about my Seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
Tell me about yourself.
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No, used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council. It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the expanse.
Leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. Well, the Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you were in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
Uh-huh. Do you have family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship, and I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
Thank you.
Of course.
You may call me by my first name, if you wish.
I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior.
I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates.
I must take my leave. Until next time, Seneschal.
Lord Captain.
I forgot that I can also talk to Argenta.
Greetings.
Tell me about the Adeptus Sororitas.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. I beg your pardon, Rogue Trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
They say the Adeptus Sororitas are the fiercest in their faith among the warrior of the Imperium. Is this true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter.
Are all sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness, but do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me. Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of fault and weakness. Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
Yeah. Okay, what order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate. And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
The Order Pronatus is not one of the Order's militant, and yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless. Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge. And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
You said you belong to the Calixian branch of your order. What brought you to the Corona's expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Pastor Mr. Wayne, the station's founder.
Are there any other members of the Adeptus Sororitas in the Corona's expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
I have no more questions about the sisterhood.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
Tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
How do you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the cultist attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, where crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when the cultists struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
What happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora and men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
Is it difficult for you to accept that you made a mistake?
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
Where did it happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
We could go to that planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valanci's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
What was it like traveling on Theodora's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Talas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the cultists. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright.
I don't have any more questions, thank you.
As you wish.
What is it that is keeping you in my retinue?
The ship was targeted by heretics, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
It pleases me to have a servant of the Golden Throne in my crew. May the enemy of the Imperium tremble before our onslaught.
So they shall.
Thank you for the conversation. Until next time. Look, if you're not voiced, I'm not gonna pay too much attention to you, okay? And if you're not part of the main mission, I don't particularly care. What the hell? Oh. Oh. Ah, okay. The cost of future progress resets. Okay, I can like reset the level. So I can get more NPC crew members from him, and I can reset stuff. Ooh. Idira, about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You're a Psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you been on Terra? To Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut. If it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
You never finished your story about your first time crossing the warp.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right?
What did you do before you came on the ship?
embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
How do you end up in the Rogue Trader service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. As I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. All so I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty.
Have you ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can, after some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Let's talk about something else.
Of course, Lord Captain.
You got a new story?
You bet I do, Lord Captain.
Oh my god.
So, we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrive at the place, and what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness. So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been... It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out. I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth. And I think they completely detached that asteroid from footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star.
What was it like being a psyker?
You could ask yourself that question, eh, Lord Captain? Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
How do you live with this whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little amasec and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
What would happen if the door burst open?
Training. Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Aren't you afraid of losing control?
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
Can you see my future?
All right. That's what I'm here for, after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
Sure.
All right. Let's hear what they're whispering about you. Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained. Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord? The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
I'd like to hear your augury idea. What awaits for me in the future? Well, it's the same thing.
All right. Let's hear what they're... I'm sorry,
okay.
Lord Captain. The voices are
Did
going
you know
wild.
Theodora von Valancius as well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well, not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
Things are strained between you and Argenta. Isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
I must take my leave.
Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
Let's go to my room. The soothing water caresses your senses and grateful muscles welcome to chance to rest. A pleasant languor spread through your body as you allow yourself a moment of quiet relaxation. Relax and close your eyes. Tension slowly retreats as you bring yourself to complete your stillness. Joint by joint, muscle by muscle, pore by pore, before long you have surrendered to the passion of your body and bliss of oblivion. Troublesome. Okay, cool. Oh. We will commence relaxation immediately. Hmm. She trained me herself and instructed me in my duties. Okay. You can slip on wet tile. You can choke and drown. If the water is too hot, you can burn yourself. If it's too cold, you can freeze. There's even been cases where angry machine spirits have released sparks of their fury into the water. And of course, there have been numerous assassination attempts and it's reassuring to know my enforcers are prepared for anything. What do enforcers do in their free time? Hmm. I'm going to try all the options. I wish to be fed. Interesting. You seem tense. Your orders are to enjoy some of this food and emasec. You may relax with me here until I'm finished bathing. All right. Finish. Okay. Perform your ablution. Well-deserved rest. Character will have a higher initiative in the next combat. Ooh. Well, let's see what I got. What is this? Wearer receive 5 less damage from critical hits. Wearer gains plus 10 coercion. Yes, I am a coercion person. 5 to all characteristics. That's even better. That's everything here, right? That's insane. Okay, I'll take it. A marvelous compact weapon in the form of a ring that allows a wearer to fire a single laser shot once per combat. Okay. The wearer gain 1 additional resolved whenever they kill an enemy. Well, there isn't a staff. Wrath of Saint Drusus. Oh my god. Okay. That's awesome. Heirloom auto pistol. Negotiator pistol. Attacks when this pistol inflicts the melting effect. Yeah, you should never need that. That looks awesome. Oh, okay. Unfading Valor. Okay. No shield? I guess I'll find one eventually. Maybe. Okay. I don't want to go there yet. Void Ship Shrine. Why do I have to take my party with me? Is there going to be combat?
Now that's interesting. Every moment a chance for greatness.
Look no further.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
I'm at your service. Light of terror, guide our way.
Let's see this through. Onward to victory. Onward to victory. Let's seize the moment. I forge my own.
I'm restless.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Do I have to step on it in the right
Let's
order?
proceed.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Join me in prayer.
Yeah, see, it makes a beep when I stand on it. Oh my god, there's one over there too. And there's one over there, okay.
Should I divine our next step?
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
What advice do you seek? Whatever you wish.
Onward!
Oh. Damn it.
Quiet.
Venture
They're trying
forth.
to tell me something.
Damn it. Okay, so I have to step it in order.
What deeds await us?
Say no more.
Marching on.
Okay, now I'm confused. Am I supposed to have 5 people in a party? Okay, maybe I do have to have 5 people in a party. Okay. Well, guys, what a great first day for this game, honestly. Thank you guys for watching. This game is great so far. And I'm going to see you guys tomorrow. Wait, no, I'm busy tomorrow. I will see you guys next time for more of this game. Because, yeah, I cannot wait to keep playing it. So, see you guys. Bye.